Hello, how's everyone doing? Welcome to Friday. No, it's Thursday. Hello, welcome to Thursday. Who's here to get some listing done? If you're here for the first time, say good day. Let us know where you're from. If you are lurking, please don't lurk. We're all very nice. We're all very welcoming and kind. And want to know who you are, where you are, so that everybody feels more connected. There's this perception that the reseller community in Australia is small. On a global scale, it is because we're a small country, but still, we don't need to be connected to 100,000 people. But just knowing 10 other resellers by name, knowing where they are, if they happen to be close to you, can really help you feel like you're a part of something meaningful. So if it's your first time here, let us know who you are. Sarah, welcome. How many drops are we getting done today? Jane, hello. Small but amazing. Exactly. Small but amazing. Like cute little Ewoks with weapons. Okay, Bronwyn. Good morning, Bronwyn. Good morning. Sarah from England, rainy England. Well, good morning from rainy Melbourne as well. It's been kind of on and off the weather today. Yeah, it's very strange. Going camping on the weekend. It has never been sunny this weekend, but yet we still choose to go camping just because. Maybe there's something about the punishment, the torture of it all. Matilda, good morning, my dear Matilda. 10 people in already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I count 5 people in the chat, which means 5 of you are lurking. 11, 6 of you are lurking. Who are you? Let us know who you are. Let us know where you're from. Just say, hello, my name is so-and-so, or my name is whatever your username is, and just let us know where you're from. Actually, I'll go one step further. Hi, my name is John. I'm from Melbourne, Australia. I'm going to go back hiding now. You're allowed to say that, and we'll all understand. Because, yeah, making yourself known on the internet is not an easy thing. And this is, after all, a live stream. So, but what you'll find is this is a very safe place, and it's a very comfortable place. And in a few short moments, we will be getting listings done. Topic for today is Felicie. Good morning. Morning, Dave. Dual screen dilemma. Well, Dave, I too have a dual screen, but we manage. Teddy. Hi, my name is Teddy. I'm from Melbourne. Hi, my name is John. I'm from Melbourne. The topic for today is a good one. We're gonna talk. I've had some conversations with fellow resellers about buyer responses that have surprised you in a positive way. And so that's what we're going to talk about in the last hour. If you guys want to stream in and share I was so freaking out, and then the buyer did this, and he made everything better. Those stories. The stories that you don't feel compelled to post on social media because they don't make you angry. They're not complaints, but they are necessary because they balance the what's the word? They even the balance of power. Let's put it that way. So we're going to share those stories today in the last hour. Bit of a kumbaya moment to send us off into the long weekend. I'll give about 5 more minutes for people to pop into the chat, let us know who they are, and then we'll start a timer. It'll also give me time to get my stuff set up because Safari decided to freeze on me, so I'm going to open up all my tabs again. Grr. That's working. Yes. Working. Mr. Roberts, hello. What's going on? Let me get out of bed before you start. Thursday, yes, because tomorrow we're camping tomorrow. So the story goes like this. I don't want to drive through this. I don't want to drive through the city during peak hour traffic in the afternoon. And because of that, I need to leave around that 1 o'clock mark, which means that the live stream can't happen tomorrow. I did contemplate running the live stream a little bit earlier, but it would mean that my son can't go to school. But tomorrow is also Future Me Day. And as you know, primary school kids, Future Me Day, where they get to dress up as whatever they want to be. He wants to be a scientist. So we have gotten him the goggles and we've gotten him the lab coat. And he's gone one step further and decided that he's going to carry around an experiment. And so we've kind of left it to him to decide, to let us know what the experiment's going to be. And he goes, I'm going to carry around a sponge. I'm like, what are you going to do? I'm going to soak up water and show people how absorbency works. And so tomorrow there's going to be a year one kid walking around with a wet sponge. It's going to be interesting. But I haven't told him not to. So I just like, you know what? You can do it. And because it's under the guise of science, there will be there'll be moments with teachers who will need explanation, and I think it's a good learning experience. So I'm gonna just let the teachers do that. If any of the teachers are watching this stream, which I know you're not because you're teaching my son, have fun. He's gonna be walking around with a wet sponge tomorrow. Jason's here. Hello. We'll just be in the background. Thanks for the knowledge, the care, the community, and a chat a few minutes ago. You're welcome. Explanation. All right. Give me a let's go. We'll start a timer. Also, blueberries. Hey, Wendy. I'm still waiting for the let's go before we start a timer. I can only assume you're all listening at this point. Thank you, Dave. And Sarah. Timer's done. Timer's done. I'm going to finish this listing and then see what's happened in the chat. We've got 14 people here now. If you have not introduced yourself, let us know. Let us know who you are and where you're from. X listing 90s Nintendo magazines. Interesting. Paul's here. Good morning, Paul. Bronwyn's having listing lassitude. I can't decide what to focus on. What do you say to yourself, Bron? Give us your pep talk. Is it something along the lines of, "You got this"? Do you need a mirror? Do you need a mirror? Do you look down? Do you close your eyes? What does the talking to look like? For me, I've got like gym music. I took a bit of I didn't sleep well last night. I took a bit of revving up this morning to get to the stream. So I essentially had gym music playing in my ears to kind of get me pumped up because it's feeling a bit flat and the weather's a bit gray outside. Yeah. That's my solution anyways. John Roberts, I'm up, had breakfast and about to make my morning coffee. 25 end listings and sell similars done. My day is started. Wonderful. Then I get into books and DVD listings. Teddy, are they Nintendo Power? Hey, Beck, I think Teddy is looking to make a deal. Jane's realized I have mucked up SKU for the last 80 listings. Oh dear. Is it like, were you just selling similar and you at listing number 80 you realized that you had forgotten to change it? Is that how it happened? That's how I normally stuff up SKUs when I drink, which is why you'll notice I don't drink on this listing live streams anymore, because the last time I did that, I sold a good number of listings and then realized, wait, how far back did I change the SKU? And I could not go back and track it. So I just ended like about 20 of them and I had to go downstairs and sort them out and figure out where they were. Nintendo magazine system. QQ. Oh, we have 15 people here. If you're new to the session, let us know who you are. We love knowing who's in the chat, and where you are from. Actually, if you don't want to tell us where you're from, that's fine too. Give us a little tidbit about yourself. My name is John, and I like the color purple, and you cannot tell me otherwise. My name is John. I'd grow a beard if my wife would let me. And the topic for today is, tell us a time when a buyer surprised you with a positive response. So what we're looking for is, there are times when there are times when on eBay you expect to take a beating from a buyer and the buyer doesn't do that. And we don't talk about those situations enough. We tend to talk about the times when buyers are unreasonable. And so I was hoping that we could actually have a moment today where we share all these stories of buyers who have been unreasonably good, because those buyers exist and it's worth making them known as well. James goes, no new listings, working late at night after a hectic rehearsal, found a belt while sorting for a dress, listed last night, then realized my error when looking for it. Ugh. Right, so you've listed a bunch of stuff and you just found them in the wrong place. Interesting. Justin sick. Oh no. Get well better. Get well soon. Rest up. Stay warm. It's all right, Justin. You can still give me a let's go, even though you're not listening. Beck's going. Beck. My name is Rebecca. I'm in Queensland, halfway between, I'm guessing, Gold Coast and Brisbane. I love the color red. Dave's gone. Just well packaged and fast delivery, but do get movie reviews. Wendy's updating listings with hopefully better titles. If you guys haven't noticed, I've been updating my YouTube videos with better titles. Paul and I have been mucking around with the titles to make them more searchable and make them also a bit more fun. And so if you go back to some of the older videos in the next month, over the next month, you might find some older videos with new thumbnails. And if you want to give me feedback on them, feel free. And the kind of feedback we're looking for, right, is things like, hey John, this video has this title. I suppose it will work if someone named Dave was looking for them because Dave's in the title. Why is Dave's name in the title? Things like that. We want that kind of feedback because that will tell us, yeah, at the time we wrote the title, it made sense. But now we look at it, it's like, this does not make sense. Why did I do it? Those kind of things. Golden saying, Jane, perhaps sorting by listed date, then bulk edit them. Today I had an item that was out of stock. Where I don't know, I think it was a glitch back in like Jan. A bunch of stuff got listed twice. You know how sometimes eBay doesn't let you duplicate listings, but somehow a bunch of listings got duplicated. And then we've taken them down, but a couple are still there. Now we're taking all of them down already. But it's like, we know when we see that date, we're like, shit. And for the most part, the item's not there. So we've had to explain it. And I've had buyers who have been very reasonable when I told them eBay glitched, a bunch of items got listed, duplicate, and we're trying to figure out where they are. Thankfully, no one's actually come to do a pickup, and the item's not there, which is good. Wait, Bronwyn's had a Christmas present mailed to you? That's awesome. That's so sweet. Haven't had that yet. Justin's gonna do some end and sell similar today. So you gotta do something. Lucky I'm ahead with my listings thanks to this listing live stream. So glad to hear it, Justin. Go. Just ready to go back into another 30 minutes. Somebody give me a let's go. We'll start another timer. Man, these sessions go fast. Too fast. I'd hang with you guys for 8 hours if I could. Why do I have children that I need to pick up from school? Darn it. Thanks, Justin. I'm going to finish this listing and then see what's happening in the chat. Yo, all right, let's look at the chat. Sitting at 22 for today. Some stuff I need to do some research, which I suppose we have to do a research when we are listing. But I prefer the rinse and repeat, clearly. Had a few vintage toys today, and I'm noticing that because of my age, I double take on dates that are before my age. So I've got these cars that are from 1960s, 1970s, and I'm just double taking to make sure I put the right years in, because apart from this context, I don't ever type those dates in. So I'm going, is it 1967 or 76? It's that lack of familiarity with the dates. Sorry for those of you guys who are familiar with those dates. That wasn't my intention. Okay, cameras. John's got a crack in his screen. We did not want this to become a iPhone against the world debate, but you know what? Let's conduct this respectfully. John's got a Samsung Note 9, so thinking about that, it's like a biggish phone. It's not heavy. Samsung don't make heavy phones, so I've noticed with their smaller phones are not that much lighter than their big phones. Whereas with the iPhone is a big difference because just the materials are heavier. So maybe weight's not so much a consideration, in which case, if the weight wasn't a consideration, you would take the bigger screen and the better lenses. Bronze using iPhone 14 takes great photos. Has a camera, but find the phone so much easier. There was a period of time when smartphones were getting better with their cameras, and Kickstarters, and there were all these Kickstarters and Indiegogo campaigns that we know they had the grip, so like you could put your phone into what is like a rubber molded thing, and they had the handle, like if you take an SLR camera, you chop off the bits that's camera, and you just have the holding bit. It was like molded that way, so it was easy to hold. But I can't find them anymore. Maybe because they keep changing phone versions so often. Like I bought this thing to hold the camera, but then realized that no matter how I couldn't quite get the angle right, and so eventually I just gave up on this. But yeah, this take photos in smaller batches, I suppose. Michelle's going. Gonna love the iPhone. Just recently upgraded to the 14 Pro. The quality of the photos is crazy good and much quicker than a iPad or camera. Then AirDrop to my Mac. Yeah, exactly. Although sometimes with the AirDrop, depending on how the Wi-Fi is doing, it can take a while too, especially if you're trying to drop thousands of photos. I've owned various cameras, but the phone with size and square aspect ratio is way easier. Yep. Justin. iPhones are crap. So easily broken. Samsung all the way. You need Paul to chime in because Paul has seen his fair share of broken phones, and I think that it's pretty even statistically. Paul chimes in. iPhone users. I like my iPhone. Samsung users. I hate iPhone. It's looking fine. I have 61,787 photos stored. Wow. Time to unload them, unless, of course, they're all memories. Surely they're not product photos, right? Good morning, WA. Welcome to the working hour, WA. Welcome to the rest of the world already working. Do people use the photo upload from mobile from the eBay webpage? Some people do that. I found. Okay, so what I've learned about me, right, is that I need to separate my workspaces, because if I don't get any work done. So the fact that I have to go to my and Jenny reckons it's an ADHD thing, and Jenny reckons I've got ADHD, and she's been doing this thing that she's been listening to ADHD podcasts for a different reason, and she's realized that I've got a lot of those traits, and through that filter, she has actually become a lot more understanding of me, which is quite interesting. So whilst most people may take offense to that, I'm like, you know what? This actually has made for much productive conversation. Part of that means I now know I could set up my setup to be, computer here, take photos there, and just keep going. But I get distracted. And so having the photos downstairs means that I can take photos only and then come here and list. So therefore, the mobile upload thing doesn't work, because if I do that, I'm just not going to do it. It's too overwhelming for me. And I just don't, it feels too start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. Was that too close to the mic? We've added a new ASMR sound. I use a PC. Anyone sending iPhone photos to PC? There are apps for that. There are definitely apps for that. So Paul does it via Dropbox, although I used to send it to a file share on my desktop. Yep. I used to do the file share, the file share app as well, because I just delete the photos anyways. And I found with Dropbox, uploading and downloading was a bit slow. But that's just probably my internet than anything. Bromin's got that many product photos. Delete them! Every time once I airdrop to the computer, I just delete them, because otherwise, I made this mistake 2 years ago where I didn't delete them, and then I thought I did, and then I forgot that I had listed them, and I ended up with duplicate listings. So that was not fun. And I only realized because there was a rare item. I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure I've already listed it, because I remember getting happy about it, thinking, no, you've only picked up one of this item before, not two. Sarah's going, do people use the photo upload? Oh yeah, that one. So Beck does that. Jane believes in the good Lord. USB-C cable, very quick and easy. Need to be quick and do not want to use Dropbox. I wish my items were bigger, because we've been talking about getting a camera with a turntable thing, and then having it spin and take all the photos, move the items along. The setup is not cheap. I think it was Jonas showed me the turntable setup was like $400. You could add the camera on top and whatever. I think it's going to work out to be about $1,000. Eventually, we'll get there. In which case, that if that actually works reliably, I would prefer that over using the iPhone, because with those shots, you just rotate. But I don't think the arm goes up and down, because at the moment I've got the flat, I've got the straight on shot, and then I've got the top shot. So I'm not sure if the thing does this as it goes around. But if it does that, that'll be really cool. And I also can imagine it'd be very expensive. Bron did a big call earlier this year, but I really do need to do it again. So earlier this year, you did a big call, and you accumulated 61,000 photos still. Assuming that's 15 photos, I think, 8 photos, I think, even, depending on what you sell. That's a lot of items. Either way, well done. Yep. So Bron does the app PC thing. Sarah, I've learned to draft on computer, go and photograph, come back to the computer during this time, upload the pics via the mobile app. Justin's still trying to prove the point that he doesn't hate iPhone. It broke too easily. I had the same Samsung that lasted 5 years. I don't need the latest phone, only upgraded this year for photo quality. All right. AirDrop is close Dropbox is close to instant. For me, it's faster than AirDrop. Might try it again then. It's been a while. I will say the last time I did it was about 2 years ago, so I will try it again. I will try it again. 19 people in the session. If you haven't introduced yourself, let us know who you are. Just say hello. Say hello. Tell us how you found us. If we don't know you yet, tell us a fun fact about yourself if you would like. Anything really. It's nothing criminal and weird. Weird's an interesting one. Sarah batches, at least 10 at a time. Okay. John says you have to pay for Dropbox now. Paul? Lisa! Welcome, Lisa. Dave was using camera Sony, but went to phone as his hand handled the lighting better. We don't appreciate how much heavy lifting the software does for us until we go from camera to phone. Yeah. And I think that more or less is the discussion. Justin says hit the like button. Yes, hit the like button on the session as well. All right, someone give me a let's go. We'll start a new one. Let's start a new timer. Justin is going, I'm a hoarder of shiny pieces of cardboard. Hi, my name is John and I like tiny wheels. All right, new timer. Boop. 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 Man, we're getting a lot done today. I'm proud of you all. I'm going to say that. I'm really proud of you all for being here and your productivity. Truly am. From the heart. All right, let's go. All right, last one more listing, and then, or do we want to roll into another 30? How are we feeling? How's the room feeling? I'm good to roll into another 30 if you guys are. You know, all I need is a let's go. You know, all I need is just a let's go to roll into another 30. Mr. Roberts, 15 Pro, Samsung 23 Ultra. It depends if you want to learn a new ecosystem or stick with what you know. Rolling, 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 rolling. Rolling, 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 rolling. Now I know. All right, rolling. Let's go. One more listing, then we'll have a bit of a chat. Is Matilda here? Yes, she is here in spirit. Oh, that. Oh man, Justin, that sucks, man. Oh, get well soon. Get well soon. That disease of all diseases. Ugh. Thank you for preserving the thank you for preserving the monetization of this live stream by exercising discretion in what you say. Oh, we're sitting on 44. How's everyone else doing? Jane's curious to know why. Yeah. So essentially, the whole fake news thing, and things getting blocked. So we don't talk about it on the channel because it's just. I think someone's making a delivery. All right. Yeah. So there were videos getting taken down because essentially they didn't want like fake news to spread. So that's the reason why we don't use that word on the channel. It is now 12:30. How do we feel of? Because normally we finish at 2. Do we want to do streaming and chat? Do we want to do do we want to do more listing? Do we want to it's that stock? We have to be careful with the words we use on this channel because if Jen watches these live streams and she goes, why are people talking about stalkers? And there's like no context, that will be very concerning. Well, we can just have another 10-minute chat, roll into a 30-minute, and then after that, at the end, we'll do a streaming if people want to stream it. What do you think? How do we feel about that? And give people a chance to go grab some lunch if they want to get some lunch and come back to. I'm mindful it's around lunchtime as well. Jane's feeling like she hasn't achieved very much. Well, if you've been working and you're sorting out SKUs, I suppose that's still productive. It's productive, right? It doesn't have to just be straight listing. Sometimes we have to regroup, and it sounds like you've had a productive regroup sort of day, Jane. I'd say don't be so hard on yourself, but not everybody wants to hear that. I was talking to Paul yesterday, and I was saying that there's sometimes when you have like this huge endeavor, you don't want people to tell you to take a break, right? You want people to tell you this looks really tough, but you're tough and you're gonna get through it. And yeah, when I shared that with Jen was like, oh yeah, I don't even think about which one I choose. And I found that I'm most encouraged by the people who know me well enough to know which one to say, whether it's you look like you come on, you work so hard, take a break, and then or they know to say That looks really tough. You got it. Keep going. You got it. You're tougher than this. You can sleep when you're dead. And there's no right or wrong, but it's knowing me in that season, which one to say. So it feels like Jane today is a judging from the chat. Today is it's a big day. You got this. Keep going. You're good. You can rest when it's done. Justin just put Jane in the box. And Jane, if you want to hop on screen and work, if it helps, feel free. 27, 28 people in the session now. People turning up just for the chatting portion, maybe. If you're new to the session, let us know who you are. Let us know if you've been lurking for a while. We love it when people introduce themselves and say, hey, I'm here for the first time. And just as I said that, one person disappeared from the stream. Let us know who you are. Let us know how you found us. Let us know why you're here. Let us know what you're hoping to get from the session. We're all very transparent here. Myself, I've done 44 drafts so far. But I also list toy cars, which are very rinse and repeat. Paul, flip a coin, hits to go hard, tails to get on the wine. How do we put that on a t-shirt, Paul? Like a little coin. You know what we should do, Paul? We should have a t-shirt that has a pocket, and that pocket contains a coin attached to a rope, and it's a coin for these moments. It's always in your pocket. Jody, the airdrop is a Mac thing, so you need a Mac to do airdrop. And I'm also sorry if there's can you guys hear the background noise? The cleaners here. So we get a cleaner that comes in every fortnight because that is necessary when you're trying to do eBay and YouTube, which means that I don't do house chores at the moment, apart from like the daily stuff, like washing the dishes, laundry, all that stuff we do. But as far as that, that normal salaried families where they have a day on the weekend where they clean the house, I don't do that because that's time not well spent at the moment. So yes, we have a cleaner that comes every fortnight. And if that's something that you need in order to grow your business, no shame in that. So yes, there will be a lot of vacuuming and stuff for the next probably 15-ish minutes. All right, we can do more listing then. Give me a let's go. Give me a let's go and we'll do more listing. And then we'll do a stream in at the end. Jane has well-trained teenagers. Is it cheaper to train teenagers or cheaper to pay for a cleaner? One would argue it's more expensive to feed teenagers so that they can be well-trained cleaners. But who's keeping track of the expenses at this point, right? We've opened up a conversation topic. Hold that thought. Mandy, I'm considering hiring a cleaner. Tomorrow will be my cleaning day, and the whole time I just think about how much work I could be getting done. Yeah. It's so true though. It's like there's okay, back to the whole ADHD thing, right? Jen was telling me that she was like, oh my gosh, this is you. You have all these lists of things you want to do, and I don't know when they're going to get done, and that bothers me. But the moment I know it's going to get done, because one of the things that they recommend is you tell your ADHD partner that if there's a deadline, things don't get done by, you'll just outsource it. And the biggest fear is that you're afraid you're going to offend your partner, but then ADHD people don't get offended by it because once it's outsourced, they'll just move on to the next thing because they've always got so much to do. And so what I've noticed is once we got the cleaner, and we also have a gardener. So I don't do those two things. I don't do. So I don't have a yard day. I don't have a cleanup day in my house because I want the time to get work done. Doesn't bother me that she's outsourced it, and it's actually made her a lot happier because it gets done. So knowing that it gets done, your brain doesn't think about it. You think about it. You can just think about anything else, which means it's not taking away from me being present here with you guys in my business. So yeah, definitely, it's not even about the time. It's more about the mental load. Do it, Mandy. Long story short, do it. Puppy Dog, you can also throw something up, and that's considered airdrop. Are you making a joke? Did I miss a joke? I love it, Justin. We've always had a cleaner and gardener since my wife and I both work. Our free time is family time. Bang on. That's it. I do intend to do cleanup, and gardening time with the kids. That I think it's two things, right? Like there's the odd time where like there's the time when we're out in the yard and the kids want to do some weeding, and that's like a family activity, but it's not consistent. And because it's not consistent, the brain still thinks it needs to be done. And so I think just by delegating it, if we happen to go outside and trim a couple of rose bushes or whatever, that's still like available. It's not like we're taking that activity away completely. Yeah. Mandy does everything. Mandy, we know you are very capable. But yeah, let us know. But let us know how you go with the cleaner. All right, I'll start one more timer and then we can do a stream in. Boop, boop. I got 6 more listings to do to get to 50. Then I'll go get some lunch. See what's in the fridge. I'm gonna stop the timer for a bit and get some food and be back. There was only like a minute left, anyways. Today's snack is turtle chips. All right. I think this more or less does our session. Who wants to stream in? I'll pop a link up. That's the link there for you guys to click if you guys want to stream in. John's asking, so Recommerce Dave says, have you guys done your 30% off variable selling fees? If you haven't, please take that offer up. It's a fantastic offer. And also a good chance for you to play around with promoted listings. So if you're gonna take the 30%, maybe bump up your promoted listings to 10 and see how you go. If that leads to you moving more product, that could be a great way of utilizing the savings. That one was courtesy of Matilda. Mr. Roberts, yes, the kids know who eats the snacks because the snacks are bought for me. So if anything, when they want the snacks, they have to ask for permission. Also, have you guys ever tried this thing called turtle chips? They look like this. If you just imagine a very so it's 4 layers of very crispy chip, and then when you chew on it, it sounds like this. Very flaky. Hello, Jane.
Good morning. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Good
Hey,
afternoon.
Because I can't hear you.
Someone had me up late last night chatting.
And then I need to change my settings so that I can actually hear you.
It's all right. I haven't got anything important to say.
Do this. Can you hear me?
I can. Can
Jane,
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Jane. We've done this.
I feel like we've been here before. Can you hear me?
It's good to figure out the formula. Yes.
Oh dear. So how's your week been?
My week. Oh, I'm tired. I am very tired. I'm planning for the future of this format, planning for Christmas coming up with the orders picking up as well. Yeah, just lots of thinking, lots of doing. How's your week been?
I'm a head case at the moment. You and your overseas shipping.
Oh, you came here to slaughter me on camera, didn't you? I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. It's all sorted. As soon as I turned it off, orders started coming in. So
that's so strange, isn't it?
I didn't even have one in the whole 3 weeks it was on. Didn't even have one order, one inquiry, or anything. All my sales and everything just. God, I was down a lot of money. I was down a lot of money last month.
Yeah, that's so bizarre.
So, but anyway, I figured that's what it was. Turned it off, and yeah, the last couple of days have been a lot better.
It'll be interesting to see what Janelle says, because obviously eBay being a big company, like eBay, if anyone in eBay is watching this stream right now or ever in the future, we know that you will probably never own up to a public mistake because it's more hurtful for you than it is beneficial for us. We get it. But we just want to know. Like, it would be nice to know, because, it'd be nice to navigate and be able to make decisions rather than wait around hoping that things will automatically fix themselves.
Yeah. See, and look, was it eBay's fault, or did I do something wrong with my listing? I went through and checked all my, that I'd had everything right on the postage and all that, and that all seemed good. So I don't know. Anyway, you live and learn.
Well, it's fixed. It's fixed. So does that mean that going forward you're not going to do international shipping just because it's too risky? I think, or is it going to be a case of do it for a day or two and just monitor it?
Absolutely, not touching it. I'm gonna stick with my Aussie buyers. They're more predictable.
And can I say, I'm really glad that you gave it a go. Like, at least now you know, and people like it. It's not a case of it. It's not a case that, as with all things on eBay and reselling, there's one way of doing things, right? Like, I think we very much acknowledge that in this community, that we all make our living doing it the way we do, and it's not my place to say do this or do that. It's just a case of, have you tried it? And then if you try it and you don't want it, it's like, good, move on.
Yeah. Hadn't tried it. I did. It didn't work. But having said that, I do have buyers say, "Oh, can you send this to here?" And I'm like, "Yeah, just give me 5 minutes. Let me adjust postage and everything for you, and that's fine." But as for how it went last month. Yeah, not going to do that again, John.
I'm still gonna say I'm sorry.
Thank you for challenging me, but no.
That's cool. That's cool. The thing that doesn't work for me with the baby clothes that we've done is when you buy a certain quantity and you get free shipping, like that works for me as a buyer, and I constantly buy more because of that offer. But for some reason, when we turn on our shop, no one takes it up. So, but then other people who do clothing will say, "Yep," especially clothing within a particular range as well. And you would think with baby clothes, parents would buy multiples of if they like a design, and we have multiple sizes of the same design, you think they go, "Oh, we like Toy Story, we'll buy size 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to whatever." Nah, didn't happen. So I found that quite interesting as well. Where you have a theory of how something will work, and then it just doesn't play out.
Yeah, it's hard to fathom people sometimes. I think with my stuff, it's mainly the vintage stuff. So when I've got a lot of vintage on, they'll just come in and they'll just buy it all. I'll have one person come in and buy 10 items, and I'm like, yep, absolutely, I'll do you a bulk price on a lot of it. But I don't have a lot of multiple buyers, and it's not something that I actually offer. And I'm not prepared to play with all that again so soon to see what would happen. I'm just happy plodding along. I tell you what, John, it was scary.
It would be. Of course it would be. Yeah.
I had one day where I had zero. Nothing. And I have never ever had a nothing day. And there were days I was only selling 1 or 2 things, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm usually doing 10 plus items a day. And I'm just like, oh, just let it settle in, and it settled in. And I looked at the end of the month, I looked at my figures and I went, something's not right.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But anyway, you live and you learn. And, if you don't make these changes and take chances, how do you grow as a person? How do you grow as a business?
Bang on. And that's the thing, right? Like you have people sharing stories on social media of how they tried something and it doesn't work, and they don't provide context, and they generally remain angry and quite bitter at the platform as well, which you're not. But I feel like that can easily be the outcome as well. And a lot of the new people who come in, they read that, they just get scared, I think. And it's starting a business is scary. And if you read a lot of scary things, you don't do anything. So here we are navigating, making a step. It was challenging. It was scary in the moment, but now you're like, go back to what I was doing before.
Yeah, look, there was no point getting angry at eBay, at you and Blake, at myself. There was no need to get angry with anybody. It was, right, okay, what's going on? Let's sit down and find out what's going on, and can it be fixed? And it looks like things are getting fixed.
Did you want to read, I don't know how I can share this with you, reading the positive stories that we have gotten? There are quite a few here, actually. I'm not sure if you can, I don't know how to share it with you.
I don't think I can bring it up here either. But don't you just love those customers who get back to you after a sale and they just say, love my items, beautiful. Do you know what I don't like? Are the ones when I send all my breakables, like, all my plates and all that sort of stuff. And I get on and there's a message from my customer about my glass blender. And I'm like, oh, shit, I packed it really well. What's happened? They're like, oh, just letting you know, I love it. It's working great. Been using it all week, 3 days, 3 times a day. Great. Lovely. Thank you. Best offer. I'm like, thanks. After my little heart attack that something had gone wrong. So I really like receiving those, but I really must train myself to not panic when I see these messages. So, But it's always nice to get positive feedback, but it's always nice to get that personal message feedback from a customer.
Yep.
Just to let you know you're doing things right.
The thing that got me to think about this topic was I had an item that I couldn't find. I messaged the buyer, and the buyer just went, "Nah, all good. Take your time. Let me know when you find it." No, nothing else. And I was like, that is a very possible outcome. And then on the weekend, I had a taekwondo tournament for the kid, and I was meant to put something out for local pickup. And when we got to the event, I went, "Oh my gosh, I did not put it out." I called the person. The person goes, "Oh, we were just about to take our kids to an event," and it does happen. And it's like, it's just parents and little kids. It's the weekend activities. That's cool. And I said, "Can I drop it off to you?" They're like, "Yeah, no problem." They were just around the corner anyways. I'm like, "Yeah, can we drop it off to you? No problem." And we just made it happen. And I think like there's some buyers who just I think most buyers are very reasonable, and it's very rare you get someone that will yell at you and shut you down and make you feel horrible for your mistakes.
I had one customer, and he wanted to cancel the order for whatever reason. I can't remember. Anyway, I did the refund, and he got really angsty. You know, "Where's my refund? I haven't, I can't see it. You tell me you've sent it, rah, 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 rah." And, I had to actually basically sit down with him and explain to him, this is the system. This is how it works. You may not see it straight away. It needs to be approved, and then it'll go through and all of that. And he was, because he was a new buyer, didn't quite understand the system. So sitting down with him and explaining all that to him, he was like, "Oh, thank you for explaining that to me. I didn't understand that that's how it all worked, and this is what was going to happen, rah, rah, rah." And then when he received his refund, he messaged me and he's like, "Oh, thanks, thanks so much. I really appreciate that. It's come through and all of that." So, I think for positive outcomes from customers, you just need to have AAA customer service. There's no point getting narky with a customer, because that's not going to achieve anything. It's only going to have them getting their goat up. There's no use both of you having your hackles up going at each other. Try and placate your customer. Smile, grin, and bear it, even though you're being
walk away and come back.
It usually all turns out for the best.
It does. And if anything, I feel like whenever we are silent with our buyers, the buyers get a bit antsy, and then they come back and they try and get something out of us. And unfortunately, eBay makes it very easy for cases to be opened, right? So then we see the case open and we think they've escalated, and then it spirals in the wrong direction. Bronwyn saying, "I've only had one customer rant at me. She had paid for Express and I missed it. I groveled and apology. The next day she apologized to me for upsetting me and said all was forgiven." I like Michelle saying, "I would like to let you know that your products and service will give people happiness and cherish memories. I would like you to know that you are not just making money on your business, but spreading happiness and fun. I hope this message will keep you guys going, and I hope that you guys are enjoying your business. Thank you very much. You made my night, and I hope I made yours too." That's a very thoughtful comment. Like the fact that somebody recognizes all that it takes for you to deliver the product to them. And for those who don't know, Michelle does costumes. So was this during Halloween as well, Michelle? And Justin was, I had sent out a Funko Pop which I had missed some damage on. Buyer sent me a nice message. I apologize so much. Not just so much, so much. And we came to a resolution we were both happy with.
So that's good customer service, so much.
I once sold baby clothes to a buyer, and the buyer sent me a message on Instagram of the baby wearing one of the onesies that they had chosen. And that made my day. Jody's going, one buyer sent me a photo of her daughter with her Annie doll she got from me. Her daughter was so excited. I've had lots of buyers do this as the toys I sell are replacing the toys they lost. That's very sweet. Bronwyn, last year a customer posted me a Christmas present. That bowled me over. And for those who know, it was Justin's baby it was Justin that sent me the photo on Instagram with the baby wearing the onesie because he bought some stuff from me. It was very cute. Bex just gave to my partner for Father's Day and he got tears in his eyes. So happy with this seller. The book is in excellent condition and the transaction was seamless. Bang on. Oh, I think Paul was telling me a story of how he sent he was meant to send 2 items I think the items were was it an iPhone, Paul, like 5 and a 6, and then he accidentally sent 2 6s and the feedback he got was seller upgraded. The seller said the seller was excellent, upgraded one of my items. In terms of and then the other day I had one where I was meant to send a box of Ninja Turtles to Mexico, and then the tracking didn't update for like months, and the buyer finally goes, "Hey, it's not updated," and I didn't notice, and I checked, there was no scan whatsoever, which only meant that I didn't send it, and I found it. It had essentially slipped off my bench and behind my table, and so I took it out and I went, I can send it express to you. You'll get there in like a week. Do you still want the item? And he goes to me, no, I've already found one of the figures of the 2 that I bought from you. A refund will be fine. So okay, so I sent him a refund. And then I got neutral feedback. And the neutral feedback literally said, seller didn't send the item. Refund was sorted. Happy with the outcome. And I remember thinking to myself, you know that whole reasonable, unreasonable balance, right? I went, this is as neutral an experience as an experience can be. If I were to remove it, I am now being unreasonable because the buyer was very reasonable for leaving this feedback. So I just left it. It felt right. It's like, you know, when water is room temperature and there's nothing to comment about it. It felt as neutral as it should be, and so I left it because I found myself going, I don't like this, but if I remove it, I'm now going to be the buyer that I hate. But that's just the seller version of it, and so I left it.
I did that once. I had a book that I was sending and put it into the satchel. No, put it into a green tracked envelope. And it wasn't very thick, but for some reason I didn't put it in I've got to post this bag. I put it back in with the envelopes. So it wasn't until and the customer didn't even get back to me, and it was like 2 weeks later. And I pulled this envelope out and I'm like, oh, maybe I should have sent this. And got in touch with the customer and said, look, sorry, this is what I've done. She said, oh, that's absolutely fine. I said, it's on its way. And still got the positive. So, you know, it all just comes back to customer service.
And I found with buyers, if you give them I remember when I first started selling on eBay, the advice I heard was just offer them a substitute or offer them like a replacement of some sort. Let them pick something else. And I thought that makes sense with new items. You sell used items, obviously your pricing's all over the place. Your items are different as well. And what I found is when you offer them a substitute, most buyers are very reasonable to pick something within the price range of the item that they bought anyways. I haven't had anybody try and use the fact that I don't have the item or I've broken the item or something to try and get like an item twice its value. Like, you know, if anything is $1 or $2 off. And to me, that speaks a lot about buyers in general. Like they're reasonable, you know, they're not using it as a free pass to try and get a nice item. So that's happened in the last probably couple of months as well. I've had two instances where I've offered a substitute because the item Like so I sell toy cars, and occasionally, you won't know, like, the spoilers have like fractures at the bottom because they're used, right? They sit in tubs, you buy them in tubs, and then you store them in tubs, and then one day if you take the car out, the spoilers just chipped off because it's just been under stress for a prolonged period of time. And so it's instantly I send the photo, I say, hey, the spoiler is broken. I can still send you the car, but if you want another one or a substitute. So normally I'll still send them the broken one. I'll send them the one that they took as a substitute and the one that, that they bought if there's like a multiple order. And yeah, very reasonable. I think I was saying to, I think it was Matilda, like I've only ever had one buyer really piss me off. And it was that buyer that bought a Thomas train from me that was like a Pixar Cars one, like, the Fillmore van, right? It fits on the wooden track. And I got accused of, and I think he bought it and he expected it to be larger, but they fit on the wooden toy tracks. Like, everybody knows that that's a certain size.
They're not that big.
They're not. And then and he was like, this is for what I got. It doesn't feel like it was worth it. Okay, so there's a bit of a buyer's remorse. You paid a rare item's price because it came from like London, and you're not happy with the size of it. You're expecting me bigger. Okay. And he blamed me for using a macro lens like it was a bad thing. And I went, this is a toy that is small. You kind of use macro lenses to take photos of these things. You don't just stand up here, you kind of go up close to get all the detail. And he just kept insisting that because I used the macro lens, that it was a dishonest thing and that eBay should ban me and all that. It was very hard to kind of bridge that gap. So anyways, I offered a return. He opened the return. He returned the item. I gave him a refund, and then he wanted his shipping for the return back. And I just went quiet on him. And then for about 2 weeks, it was like, this is not going to go away. I'm reporting you to eBay, and then eventually just silence it from that point on. But that worked me out for a few weeks because it was just like every time I saw that name, I was like,
Yeah,
it's like talking to a wall in a different language.
Yeah, I don't think I've had any customers like that. Because I've got so many books and they've been moved so many times, sometimes I get a little lost. And occasionally I won't be able to find a book, and I'll just message the customer and say, it's here, but I can't locate it at the moment. It's not, I can't find it the first time I look. I'll spend 24 hours looking for it. And if I can't find it, then I'll, just let the customer know and do a refund. You've got to protect yourself too. If you've got that 1 day shipping, it needs to be out within that 1 day. But they're pretty good. And I've had customers who have bought a book, I can't find it, and I've said to them, I'll keep your details. If I find it, I'll message you and let you know, relist it. And I've done that a couple of times, and they've ended up buying the book months later after I've located it. So
yeah. So I think with any more stories. Does anybody else have a story they want to share about how a buyer surprised you in a positive way? Beck's gone. I have had twice in the past month a return request, but they never sent back. And in both cases, it came up that it was delivered, and I raised it with eBay that I never got it, and according to Ozpost, it's not sent. eBay then refund them, not from my account. Yeah, very strange. Yeah. The one thing that I used to be really afraid of was items getting stolen from the porch of a buyer, and then not knowing who actually refunds them. And I've had sometimes Ozpost will refund me if the item was not left in a safe place. They used to provide photos as well, and then if they deem it wasn't actually a safe place, then they would refund me, and then I refund it to the buyer. And if it was a safe place, then the buyer just had to, I guess, copy it, so to speak, or open up their version of a report with eBay, not with Australia Post. But eBay has never actually taken money from me where it was delivered, but not left in a safe place. So I thought that's actually quite comforting that eBay can draw that distinction as well. Yeah.
I tend to with my more expensive items, anything over $100, I will pay the extra money personally to have signature on delivery.
Yep.
So that it is delivered and it is delivered safely. And also anything over $100, I will personally pay the extra insurance on it as well, so that if anything does go wrong, it's covered. It's that's not something that the customer's paying for. That's the signature on delivery and the extra insurance. I'll pay for that myself. I would rather pay that and know that I've got that fallback if something goes wrong.
Yep. How many of you buy things back from your buyers, or have buyers reach out to you saying, I know that you run a business and you might be interested in having the items back? Have any of you guys ever had that situation because you're a niche seller and they go, hey, books potentially? No?
Nope.
Would you broach that conversation?
I'm not paying postage to get books to me. Don't be stupid. You know how expensive those damn things are.
True. Because like with Hot Wheels Thomas Train's action figures, I do get buyers messaging me once every few months going, here's what we've collected, the kids have moved on, would you be interested in buying them back? And I'm like, I've gotten a couple of good deals, but I've also had instances where the buyer tries to get some more money for it, and then it's really a choice of me going, here's how much money I would like to make on the item for the effort of relisting them and taking photos and whatever, and having to explain that whole process. And I remember initially feeling like I didn't want to share that because I didn't want to like encourage another competitor. But then now I've come to realize if someone's messaging me, they're not going to bother with it. So that kind of put that insecurity to bed, and then actually helps them to understand that there's a lot of work involved putting items on eBay, and then they will actually go through with it once they understand and realize they're not going to get what they're looking for. For the price that they're wanting to get. Yeah. Like Paul says, I get it on Marketplace.
I can't say I've ever had that happen.
It's a wonderful experience. You should try it sometime.
I think I'd still say no.
Paul's gone, I get that on Marketplace. I sell refurbished things and they send me a message asking if I want to buy broken ones. I've always said no so far because I can source them cheaply. Very true. John's going, I love a story of someone searching for a product for years and you are the one to fulfill their want. This has happened several times. That is sweet when that happens.
It is. And do you ever get curious about the people who buy your stuff and what they buy? Like,
okay,
Jane, I sell some stuff.
I give you permission to speak freely. I will say nothing for the next 10 minutes. I would love to hear what goes on in your head. Go on.
No, well, it's just like, why would you spend $20 on that plus another $15 postage? What about my listing? What about my item enticed you to spend that amount of money on a tank top? When to me it doesn't seem like it's anything special. Or it'll be, I sold these random dolls, nothing spectacular, old, vintage. Someone paid $20 for them. I'm like, why? What? I'm curious about the sort of person you are. Why do you buy this? Why did you buy it from me? It's just, I don't know, just me wanting to be a sticky beak, I suppose. But I think I just want to have an insight into your customer and their buying habits, because some people buy some weird shit. And And it's like, okay, radio, you want to spend $60 on that, but okay, that's, or else, I'll be, I'll have something and I'll do comps and I'm like, oh, well, I would have thought that was, $5 or $10 and here it is selling for 50. Why?
I definitely had a lot more of that when I was selling Sylvanian family, like doll houses and stuff, especially when I got the vintage stuff in that was from, the late 80s. And there was one, the one I remember the most was there was this guy, he bought this dollhouse for, I think, $300. And it was not even furnished, it was just the shell. And then later he said it was because that was the same one that his wife had when she was growing up, and he happened to find some photographs of it. And then because she got their three daughters into Sylvanian families, and he just always thought it was something that, she grew up with, maybe played a bit. She thought it was wholesome because it's animals instead of Barbie dolls. There isn't that body image stuff that goes on with dollhouse play. And then only when he saw that photo did he realize, oh my gosh, my wife actually grew up with this. And so for a wedding anniversary gift, he bought her that house, which I thought was really sweet.
Yeah, see, that's the sort of stories I like to, that's what I mean, Why did you spend $300 on this?
But I think, you have to ask.
Man who's spending $300 on a bloody dollhouse. Why?
I think you have to ask though, because and you have to ask from a very genuine place of curiosity rather than you are a weirdo. Why did you buy this? I guess that question comes up very different.
No, I don't mean that you're a weirdo. It's just strange. I'm curious. Why?
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just nice to have an insight into your customer and what your customer sees when they come onto your store, and what they buy and what they're looking at. It's I don't know, just one of my little shower thoughts I have.
And I will say I would like to know as well. I definitely would like to know. Like Gina Dodd saying, I had a pair of vintage stockings that once went to a man in Eastern Victoria, but who am I to question who or why? Could be for a wife, could be for him, but does it really matter? That is a very good point, Gina. It probably doesn't matter, but the mind does wonder when the shower is on. and I think
shower thoughts with Jane and John. Fire away.
Yes. Well, one of these days we'll figure out how to do a stream audio only from a shower.
Yes, audio only.
Leanne's gone. I had a US buyer of a vintage indigenous doll she purchased. Send me a photo of it in its new home. Interesting. And then Michelle's gone. People ask me to buy costumes that they've purchased from other sellers that turn up after the event they needed it for. Next time, support local and buy from me. And yes, Sylvanian family is still selling, and it's a very, very, very strong community. Very strong community. Like, I think I've shared this story on the channel before. I once sent a bedroom set to the UK and a kitchen set to the US, and I got it wrong. And those buyers were so understanding. They worked with me. They were like, we get it, it happens. And then they worked out the shipping costs to each other. I compensated them both. They shipped it exactly as how they wanted to receive it. It was like, it's a very wholesome and very strong community. So if you want to get on, and the only reason why I don't do more Sylvanian families is because it's so annoying to sort through it. Because we're talking like, bowls that are the size of peas, and you have to use tweezers to sort through the lots. And I remember there was once when we were sorting through a box, we thought we were done. And then we just tapped the box, and there was stuff still that had wedged into the flaps of the box. Yeah, so it's a pain in the ass to do, and you almost have to get one of those really, those long and shallow plastic tubs. Yeah, and you just throw it all and you almost bedpan it to try and figure out, what's what. Yeah.
Did you say bedpan it?
Sorry, not bedpan. What's the thing used for gold?
Gold pan.
Gold pan. Sorry. Why did I say bedpan? Gold pan. There we go. This moment is now on YouTube forever, and it will never go away. Yes, tweezers, and chopsticks and sticky tape to try and just separate things.
And a bedpan.
And a bedpan. And also staging it is a lot of effort because the stuff doesn't stand up on its own half the time.
Well, see, I've got a Sylvanian koala family, new in box. That
is it the new stuff or the old stuff?
Been there since January. Yeah, the little one.
Scotty says I use a bedpan.
Depends on where you're using that bedpan.
It's the internet. These moments are gonna happen. I'm gonna own the moment. But we're not putting bedpan on a t-shirt. That's where I draw the line.
I was gonna say. We could put that on a t-shirt.
Or a pair of shorts.
Okay, I don't know, John. I can't find a date on it.
I'm gonna now pretend that there are some chats that I just happen to forget to read. John Roberts gone earlier this year. I had someone buy Mills and Boon books. Over the next couple of days, they bought a total of 215 Mills and Boon books for their mother.
God, I can't even give those damn things away.
I've always wondered how people shop for those because
I've got boxes of them.
Because if by the time you like when I've picked a couple of them and read the synopsis of them, and I go, once I read the back of the book, it's lost the intrigue. Like you can give you almost have to give so little away for it to still be intriguing to read. So I often wonder how that works for people who buy it off eBay, because do they have a story in mind that they want? Is it a case where it's a very surface level fantasy and then they just look for that? And then hope that there's enough story left for them to still enjoy it. Like, what's it like with that buyer? That's what I think about Curious with that genre.
I've never actually read them, so I'd have no idea. couldn't even offer an inkling as to why people buy Mills and Boon.
Mr. Roberts says that you have to bundle them in groups.
Yeah, done that.
Done that? Did you bundle them in groups?
I ended up taking up too much room in my shed, so I took them all off.
I wonder whether you have to bundle them in like unspoken genres. Like, if someone's into a particular era or a particular gender or a particular race or a particular, color, like the color red. Maybe someone just gets really turned on by the color red and you have like a red bundle, but you can't say it's a red bundle. You just bundle that way. So visually it's a red bundle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I did.
Every girl in the color wears a red dress.
Yeah, did that. And no, I might try again later on down the track, but yeah, Mills and Boon ain't my favorite.
John, I think you might have to share with us some of your secrets of how you do it. If you sell a pack a week, that's pretty good. You might even be doing better than Mel. You've discovered something that we all haven't worked out yet, and that's a good thing. You might have to reverse engineer it and
show us how to sell Mills and Boon.
Because clearly, whenever the topic of Mills and Boon comes up, we have established that 1 in every 10 sellers knows how to sell it. The 9 who don't sell it are willing to give that supply away for free, which means that the 1 seller who can sell it stands to really profit from it. So I feel like we have to do something with this ratio.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm just going through the chat, seeing what else I missed. Leanne's gone, buyer left me a note on their order thanking me for accepting their offer and combining postage. Very cool. Oh, Michelle, regarding the the giver of happiness and joy. That comment that a buyer made. She said, the buyer, who is a guy, lost a bet at work and had to dress up the next day as a maid. I let him pick up the costume at night. He was just so thankful to be helped out and embarrassed. Imagine being eternally grateful, being able to find a maid's costume to fulfill a bet the next day. Can you imagine that? It's like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I found you. You turn up like, I'm so glad I found you. You're such a lifesaver. And then Michelle's going, okay.
Now I want to know where he was working. Was he in construction? I'd hate to see him bending over, hitting a hammer in that thing.
Oh, so funny. Paul saying, bundle the Mills and Boon with a bottle of wine and a Hitachi back massager.
I look, a can of bourbon out by the fire. Just going, 1 Mills and Boon, 2 Mills and Boon.
I can think of something that fits in an envelope that's about this big and it stretches when you use it, that you could include with your books and maybe give them a hint. Mills and Boon and chill. I will not stretch the analogy any further than it has already been stretched.
Oh, excuse me.
Beck's going, turtle chips, what flavor are they? Where from? Have you been listening to the crunching? So this is steak and wasabi flavor. It looks like that. Woolies, they used to only be at Asian groceries, and now Woolies has them. So it's by Orion. Turtle chips, steak and wasabi flavor. And the wasabi is strong. So there's wasabi, truffle, chocolate, and I think there's a chili flavor as well.
Oh, God, that sounds like fancy Melbourne food. We get salt and vinegar up here.
It's called bougie, Jane. There are words for our fancy.
Sorry. I'm just a country girl. I don't know those fancy Melbourne words.
You got to come down to Melbourne. We'll blow your mind with flavor.
I actually got to come down at some stage. I've got a heap of books I've got to go pick up. So
cool. Let us know. We'll grab a bite. Sarah's going chocolate churros. The kids hated them. Yeah, it's weird having chocolate flavored chips. I don't know why. Like, some people like that flavor, some people don't. My kids seem to like it, so I suppose it's a more of an acquired taste type thing.
It's chocolate. Kids will eat anything that's got chocolate on it in it.
True. Except for Sarah's kids. Except Sarah's kids. Sarah's kids didn't like it. John Roberts goes, I bought most of my Mills and Boon from a lady who read 3 a day. Interesting. Michelle goes, it's an honest privilege to help people dress up. Certainly better than doing people's tax returns in my old life. Hear.
I used to do that, help people dress up in my former life as a wardrobe mistress for the theatre group. Well, I tell you, there were some doozy costumes that had to be done. I had to make a dragon one year.
Wow.
I spent months making this dragon and this dragon head. And we got to dress rehearsals, and I'm sitting up the back in the bleachers watching the show, and my dragon came out and I burst into tears. Because my dragon head was about this big on the stage. It was just so out of proportion. So I stormed back down, yanked it off the actor's head, took it home, cut it in half, and made it bigger. So if anyone needs to be a dragon, I gotcha.
I want to share this moment with you, Jane, because I too have very much enjoyed being in drama, and it's one of my favorite classes growing up. And when I was 12, I played the donkey in the nativity play, because we had the person who ran it. he thought it would be really funny if the donkey was stubborn, and then he followed that train of thought to, what if the donkey was stubborn and did exercise and needed to keep stopping to do exercise? And so there's footage and photos of me in a brown, like a gray tracksuit with like a white patch for the donkey, and then I've got a donkey head made out of felt, and there's me being pulled along and then stopping and just doing jumping jacks as the Mary and Joseph make their way onto stage.
Theatre is so much fun. It's my passion outside of home and work. So
I was showing my son those videos of people who do the improv where the crowd yells change and they have to keep changing their lines spontaneously. Have you seen them?
Yep.
Yeah, and he's like, I want to do them, and then we realized just how hard it is to find friends who will do it with you.
Yeah. It's hard to do, but it's hard to do just off the bat as well. Takes a lot of talent.
Well, just really thick skin, really. Like, I mean, bedpan, change, gold pan. Frying pan.
Bedpan.
Michelle asked the question, anyone else having to deal with keeping smoke out of their house, smoke from surrounding fires?
Oh.
I don't sell clothes, so it's not really a concern of mine in that sense, but I guess for clothing it would be. Yeah.
This is why I think it's best to have your clothes, don't have them on coat hangers, have them in bags, because you're protecting them that way from any of those external flavorings. So, I mean, when I first started with eBay, be 15, 16 years ago now, I was doing clothes, and I had them hanging up in my shed. And it wasn't a very weatherproof shed or anything like that. We didn't have a lot of money at that stage to make any improvements or anything. So you work with what you had. And then we had the fires go through 2012. Was that when we had the big fires down here? Yeah. And yeah, that was a disaster. And I stopped soon after that because everything was just full of smoke.
Yeah. For me, it's replacing toys that kids lose to fires. That's also like one of those. And usually they come and do local pickup as well because they don't have a fixed address. And I had a couple of moms who came and they would hand the toy to their kid. And it was like, how do you say goodbye to these people? All the best. Hope you're okay. And you almost want to give them the thing for free. And I've done it once. But then, yeah, it's fire's hard. You know, fire's hard. Disaster is hard. Very real.
Disaster of any kind is hard. So, but we're supposed to have a bad year again this year as well.
Oh no!
Apparently, it's supposed to be a dry, high fire season this summer. So.
Yeah, because it's getting like it was really hot a few weeks ago, and then now it's gone back cold again, and then they're saying they're expecting it to be late as well when everyone's back at school, which is a bit concerning because normally we get it all done with by January, Feb. But if we're pushing February into March, then it's a bit
So, but I would say in regards to how do you keep that smoke smell out of your house? You're not going to. You just have to prepare your clothes so that you don't. I mean, we've got an open fire in our place, but all my clothes are sealed, so I don't have any problems at all.
So bag all your clothes is the solution then. John Roberts saying in Adelaide next Thursday, Friday, any interest in a coffee meetup even for an hour or two? So if you're in Adelaide, John wants to meet up with you and potentially teach you how to sell Mills and Boon.
Can't do Adelaide, sorry.
Justin's saying we must.
Used to live in Adelaide. Beautiful city. Best city. If I had to live in a city ever again, it would be Adelaide.
Latest, Dave. Matilda might pop into the chat now that you said that sentence, because I think this is the first time in this channel's history anyone actually said, I've used to live in Adelaide. I love Adelaide. Beautiful city.
But it is. It's a gorgeous city. Best transport.
I was in Adelaide, I think, definitely about 10 years ago now, I reckon. And I remember getting very annoyed that shops close early. I remember getting annoyed at that. Because I couldn't do anything at night. I just stayed home. I just felt really sad. Sarah goes gorgeous, but backwards. But I would go again. And I think, yeah, with being part of a reselling community, like, we've all got reasons to go to different places. And the best part is that wherever we go, we can always make it a business trip. And because of that, I think there are very few reasons not to go. Really, it's just organize your family and go for a drive, right? And bring a truck and trailer whilst you're there and come back.
No, I'll leave the family home. Someone's got to stay here and run the place.
Good call. Justin's going to do another meetup next year as well. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind heading up to Queensland, where you guys are. I think you guys are like Rockhampton, Gracemere kind of area. Wouldn't mind going up to Queensland. The weather will be nicer than down here in Melbourne anyways. So
it'd be nice to have a catch up in Melbourne for all us
Victorians.
I mean, we had one last year.
Did we? With who?
Yeah. With Matt from Queensland. He came down. There was
I did not know
some
that.
of us who met up down in St Kilda, I think.
Okay.
For drinks and a chat and all that. So, it'd be nice to semi-regularly all us Victorians get together. Show our strength.
Beck says come to Queensland, but she'll be down in Melbourne in the near future too. Yeah, that's cool. And yeah, just let people know where you are. WA obviously wants some attention. They constantly remind us that they exist. I think we just don't like the fact that you can start your day later. I think that's probably what it is. Like the fact that you can start your day later than the rest of us. Bronwyn's midway between Sydney and Melbourne, but Melbourne is always my go-to city. Nice. Beck, no. We recognize, we the community acknowledge the existence of WA and its impact on the reselling community in a positive way. Yes, I've said it. It's an official statement for the channel, despite what the comments might say.
I have a lot of sales that go to WA.
Me too. Expensive, but me too. I get very scared when it's like a calculated shipping to WA though. I mean, flat rate, no problem. But when it's calculated, I get a bit scared. Especially when it goes like northwest WA.
Around Broome.
Yeah, up that way, yeah. Beck loves Melbourne because her daughter lives here and we have savers. Yep. Bronwyn sends a lot to WA and Victoria too. Beck sending to WA every week. Yep. Gina, Melbourne people don't like leaving their own postcode. That is an accurate assessment, Gina, because I source on Marketplace for the most part, and if I can get away with it, I will send a courier label and not have to drive and go pick it up. So yes, right. It is a very accurate assessment of Melbournians. We don't like. I mean, here's the thing, right? Our roads are great, and our transport's fantastic, and our suburbs are quite close together. Yeah, I'm just lazy to drive. I want to get stuff done without having to leave my house. I think that's probably it. Yeah. And even then,
I avoid Melbourne as much as I can. I go down there when I have to go down there, not just because I want to go down there. Just a country girl in me. Just too many cars and traffic lights and people.
People. Paul says the best thing about Melbourne is the Teppanyaki Inn. Where is the Teppanyaki Inn? I know of Teppanyaki places, but why specifically the Teppanyaki Inn? Melbourne.
Isn't that the ones where they grill in front of you? Is that what teppanyaki
Yeah, we have a
is?
few here, but he's off. He says there's a specific one. Teppanyaki Inn, it's in the city. Oh, it's a nice one. Oh, Mr. Lowry. It's a 4.6 out of 5 stars on Google reviews. And guess it's a $3 sign restaurant. There you go. It's fancy. Fancy.
It's a what? It's a $3 sign.
So you know how when they show you the price point for a restaurant?
You need to educate me here on Melbourne. Huh? You have to educate me on Melbourne gourmets.
No. So when you go to when you Google review a restaurant, if it's say Macca's, then it's got $1 sign on it because it's cheap, and then if $2 signs is like your local pub, and then $3 signs is generally like your fine dining kind of place where you're looking at about $100 a head or more.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
So
Paul's a bougie Queenslander.
Everybody's bougie. I'm just a bush bitch.
No comment.
Hey, I said it. I'll stand by it.
Sarah's going, Victorian suburbs close together, 1.5 hours between my mom and dad. Where your mom and dad lived, another 1.5 hours down to other family. Lots of travel when I went. But it's all connected. And you generally are pretty well provided for wherever you go. Paul goes, I had a $2 Big Mac yesterday. Cool. Great session, Jade. Always a pleasure having you on. You know that. I think we always have a laugh, and we are reasonable in the things in our expectations of eBay, which is, I think, something that needs to be promoted more in the community because it's too easy to be upset at eBay. And Toby is finally here because he also is from WA. So surprise, at the very end of the session, he rocks up, probably still in his pajamas.
Hi,
hey mate, have you brushed your teeth? Have you brushed your teeth yet?
What was that?
I just said, Toby, have you brushed your teeth yet?
All right.
Welcome, Toby. Welcome. John's going, would have to come into the stream, but cannot sort my camera out. We'll try and work out for the future. No worries. We'll have more of this. This is not the last time.
I'm hoping to still get a better camera.
Is it still taped to your screen? And is it still sellotaped to your screen? We were joking about this format. Actually, Paul and I were talking about this format where we let people stream in at the 10-minute mark, and then once the 10 minutes is up, we just boot everyone off and we go back to work. So like, you have to get your streaming out sorted, hop in for like 10 minutes, have a chat, and then we'll just go back to work for the 30-minute mark, right? And we're just saying how, what if you're taping your camera and then the 10 minutes is done and then you have to go back to the 30 minutes of listening and you just flashing around the camera. Like,
take me 10 minutes to get the bloody thing attached. Oh, you can't even see it.
Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, we can kind of see. Oh my gosh, yes, we can see it. It's like, it looks like the kind of, it looks like you're taping your antenna to your car to get reception.
I do know there's one in this cupboard, but I've got to move all this shit here to get it.
Yeah, it's good. We can see you and hear you quite clearly, so that's all that matters. Yeah, cool.
I'm an old duck. I'll get there eventually.
We love old ducks on the channel. All right, Jade, have an awesome weekend. Same for everybody else as well. If you're in Melbourne, enjoy the long weekend. Sarah is introducing us to a new word. It's called organized. Get organized. Ladies, everyone, whoever is here, I'm just calling out Tina, Bronwyn, Beck, Toby, who has just arrived, Mr. Roberts, Paul, Leanne, Michelle, Justin, Sarah, Octo. Dave's already gone. Justin. Take care, everyone. We'll see you all next week on Tuesday.
Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Bye.